called for 7 regions, and we had close to 20,000 plus students. 20,120 students have registered, and only 1,600 students from Trichy region, out of which you came as top 100. Now you have emerged as top 10. So you already started very 4 different stages, and you are already a winner. I am not saying you are a loser, but competition is competition, so we have to have the process, and that is the reason we are here for the Youth Talk regional finale, which is scheduled at PMIST University on today. So the process and the rules and regulation is already communicated to you. Once again, I am reiterating that on behalf of the college and ICT Academy, we are only facilitators of bringing you to the stage. There is no what is it? We don't also no need to understand or no need to know from which college you represent or which place you represent. We wanted to know only your skill is being judged by the eminent personalities. All the 6 juries who have taken time out of their busy schedule and come here is to judge and is to give their inputs, their experience, and they share their experience to you on what is expected out of this industry. And they also don't know from which college or who are you, and it's all open, and you have to give your best so that the best will be the winner of the Youth Talk finalist 2024. As I rightly said, the rules remains the same. So we'll have the juries after this presentation come and occupy the front rows, and they will be calling you by your Youth Talk number. Please don't introduce yourself with your college name as said in the prelims. Please don't introduce yourself in the college name. Introduce yourself only with the Youth Talk number, or no introduction is required. You can just jump in with your ID number and your topic, whatever you have been chosen. If you have changed in topic, we also don't know whether you have taken the same topic in prelims and whether you are going to do the same topic in final. Whatever is your topic, without any political and controversy, you can come and speak your talk for 10 minutes. We have a podium mic and we have a hand mic. You can use both, and you can have a freestyle. We suggest not to use a collar mic, because when you are a winner, when you are going to come to the final stage, this collar mic is creating a lot of disturbance, because you will wear ID card, you will be having glazer because of the sound. There are a lot of things happening. So at this stage, our recommendation is to not to use a collar mic, but if you still prefer, you can use, is what we could say. You use a podium or a hand mic, which is preferable and convenient for you. And there is a bell there at the 9th minute. There will be a timer which will have one bell saying that there is 1 more minute to conclude, and you have to conclude your speech by 10 minutes. And there will be few Q&A and suggestions by the jury members, not many. Few Q&A and suggestions by the jury members for 2 or 3 minutes. Probably 10 minutes of talk and 3 to 4 minutes of discussion, and then you will be wrapping up. So the process will go from 9 to 12:30 or so. Then we'll break for lunch 12 to 1:30. Afternoon we'll join back here around 1:45, 1:30. We'll have all the expert juries giving their perceptions to all, not only the top 10 students. It's a day for us to celebrate, because people from Chennai have traveled across to give their day for you, because I know how busy they are. They have come here to share their experience on what is expected by the industry. It is not that we come, evaluate, give the mark and go. We wanted to make this day more meaningful for all the students and more meaningful for the entire university. So how much ever useful we wanted to use this 6 eminent personalities, we will make use of them. They will come and give a talk for 10 or 15 minutes on, or even 20 minutes on their perception, because they've been working with a lot of colleges and they've been traveling to all the campus on hiring. So when you come out of this college, what is that expectation from their industry or their allied industry? What is that you have to develop, and what are the inputs they are giving? Will be a session for 1.5 hours to 2 hours, and then we will have the valedictory and closing ceremony and end this competition. As said, today evening we will have top 3 winners who will be the winners of Trichy region. And like that, today we are conducting in Tirunelveli, we are conducting tomorrow in Madurai, day after tomorrow in Pondicherry. There are 7 regions: Chennai, Madurai, Coimbatore, Trichy, Tirunelveli, Pondicherry and Salem. 7 regions will be hosting this, and there will be 7 winners. Out of this top 3, the number 1 of the regional winner of Trichy will come to Coimbatore on 23rd of October, where we will be having the Youth Leadership Summit. Here we have 300 people, there we will be having 3,000 people, where 7 region people will come and compete again for another 10 minutes or so. That will be happening in 23rd in Odisha. And finally, among the top 7, there will be one winner who will be emerged as a youth icon of the year 2024 and will be given an opportunity to fly for an educational trip to Singapore for 1 week time. So, in this entire process, as I rightly said, if you ask me what is the objective of ICT Academy or college or the industry experts here, it is just to bring the talent out, nothing. We are not going to earn anything. We are not going to ask any money from you. It is only your talent has to show here. We wanted to ensure the talent of our kids are shown to the outside world. So we all are gathered here to bring out the talent. As Madam said, you are going to be the future leaders. We wanted to ensure that we are developing the next generation talent pool. As always, ICT Academy is here to develop the next generation talent pool or whatever means. This is one way in which we are coming out with the competition to bring out the leadership skill. There are a lot of other activities in terms of hackathons, other activities. Each and every activity, whatever we do for ICT Academy, the end objective will be reaching to the students, either getting him a gainful employment or making him as a successful entrepreneur or making him as a respectable person when he or she goes outside of this campus. Whatever is happening inside the campus will happen for you, and the output is that you have to go out one step ahead when you are going out of this college. So that is the reason we are investing our time and efforts. Money is secondary, time and efforts for all of you to bring out the leadership skills amongst the students. The objective of all of us gathered here, all the people sitting here, people who are working in the backwards, all are here to bring that all the students are coming out with the great inspiration of the youth is what is the objective in which we are all gathered here. Once again, on behalf of ICT Academy, let me welcome all and also wish all the 10 students, top 10 students, best wishes. And as already said, you are already a winner. Don't get tense. You are already a winner. You have come up to the stage. So please give your best, and rest all will be taken care by other people from the industry juries and the corporate eminent personalities. Give your best and all the best to all the contestants, and I request all the participants who are here, even though you have participated and not won, or even if you have not participated, it will be a motivation for you to listen and encourage them. Please don't speak among yourselves. Please remain silent and encourage the top 10 contestants who have traveled across from 20,000 contestants to top 10 contestants. So please make them motivated. Please encourage them so that your encouragement and your motivation will lead the other contestants who is coming next to them to speak well and ensure their quality output or their talent is coming out. So wishing all the best, and thank you very much once again, and thank you to the host institution, Periyar Manima University, for continuously hosting this competition in Tiruchi region and supporting us in organizing this event for the benefit of all the colleges across the Tiruchi region. Thank you to all the management and specifically Sharmila madam and the dean madam for making this event seamlessly go. And anyway, we are here till the end. We will have a lot of interactions between the students and the eminent personalities. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you very much for the elaborate and insightful special address, Reverend sir. Thank you so much. Now it's time to start the event. I request all the jury members to occupy their respective seats, and the participants may get ready. You will be called shortly. I request two of the volunteers to come and clear the chairs on the dais.
Ready, huh? Who want to go first? You can only choose, no? Very good. But they will decide. I will not decide. No, sir. Just I casually asked, sir. I said, as a sporty, who want to go first?
That's the first step of video.
First step, correct.
Any number that ends with 1.
Any number that ends with 1. Whose number is ending with 1?
First.
But she is not ready. Because sir, there is a mindset என்னன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் போறவங்க அதிகமா கேள்வி கேட்பாங்கன்னு ஒரு மைண்ட் செட் இருக்கு சார். அதனால வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் யாரும் போக மாட்டாங்க. அவ்வளவுதான். No, no, wait. Let them just set the context. You're okay, sir? I'll give to you. So you're okay, no? All set? Okay. For evaluation sheet.
So all the best once again.
So all the best to all. 105-408.
You exactly got the same.
Audio is okay.
Greetings, distinguished guests, respected juries, and fellow dreamers. My ID is YDI10408, and my topic is going to be being hopeful during hopeless situations. Let me start my speech with a story. A story about a young boy who was from a middle class family. He dreamed of changing his family's entire life by getting into India's topmost institutions like NITs and IITs. And until 11th grade, he was the class topper, driven and focused. But he didn't know that day his entire life would just change within 1 year. It was during class 12th, just 4 months before the board exams. One morning he got a call that changed his entire life upside down. He got to know that his childhood best friend just taken his life away, and after hearing this, he left everything behind. He ran crying in his school uniform to his friend's house, which was around half a kilometer away, and this created a a very big impression on him. And just the night before, he had spoken with his friend, and he was kind of depressed, but he didn't think much of it because everyone, including himself, was kind of depressed and stressed due to their class exams, school exams, and coaching institutes exams. But this time, it was something different. This time, when he reached after reaching his friend's apartment, he saw his friend lying in a pool of blood, and the guilt engulfed him. He asked himself, "Why didn't I see it?" And the trauma lingered. This took away his attention, his focus from the exams. He started scoring less marks, and he started scoring less marks than the people who are scoring even less marks than him. And this created an inferiority complex within him. The inferiority complex built up inside made him push everyone away, including the ones he loved. And at the same time, his girlfriend had also lost her father to COVID, so she had to move away. And suddenly there was no one to talk to. Not to his family who constantly fought, not to his teachers. Suddenly he was all alone. And at the same time, he was enrolled in a coaching institute. And the coaching institute exam syllabus was completely different from the school syllabus, because his school was covering the syllabus in the order of mark weightage, while his coaching institute was following the syllabus in the order of a sequence. So he had to cover twice the amount of syllabus at the same amount of time to score good marks in both his school exams as well as in his coaching institute mock test. The pressure mounted. At the same time, he also lost his grandmother, who he was incredibly close to. And at that moment, he felt that the entire universe was conspiring against him. He felt depressed. He was going through a lot. He couldn't process everything all at once. So he broke down, and soon he found himself in suicide watch for 3 months, and his board exam results reflected that. They were devastatingly low, by the way, and when he was one day, but everything changed after one day. He got a call from one of the unknown numbers, and when he picked it up, he got to know that it was his deceased friend's mom. And she spoke, "Arey Kana, why are you destroying your own life? And do you think my son would have wanted you to do this? I've already lost one of my sons. I don't want my others, I can't see my other son destroying his own life." And for the first time in 2 years, he broke down. He cried, he really cried, and he decided enough is enough. Let me take my life under control. And he worked hard, ever than ever before. And at that moment, he realized he had some sort of a potential. And no, by the way, this wasn't a Hollywood style comeback where everything magically becomes perfect. He only managed to score 93 percentile in his JEE second attempt, and it wasn't enough to get him into NITs or IITs, but he was able to get into computer science in one of the reputed institutions in Chennai. Yet life still threw curveballs at him. He soon got chicken pox, and he was transferred from the main branch to the sub branch in Trichy. And he grinded through all of those time. He soon founded a freelance agency, and he expanded it from 10 members to 25 members, then soon to 60 members. And ladies and gentlemen, that boy who was once seen as a failure by his family, friends, and even by himself is standing right in front of you. And that last month, his freelance agency just turned over 10 lakhs in profit, and He was named as a star intern in Notion, a software, a productivity-based software company at the age of 18, and he was also named as the Intel's student ambassador after winning the last year's Intel 1API hackathon, and he was also one of the 7 winners from India Hub from Solve SDGs 24, an international hackathon hosted by Accenture at IIT Madras. And this year, his freelance idea, his startup idea, has been nominated to represent Tamil Nadu in the national finals of a hackathon which is hosted by Startup India. And what's changed? He worked hard. He worked really hard. Sometimes he worked on himself, sometimes he worked on his client's projects, sometimes he worked on his own projects, sometimes he worked on his college works. He worked through buses, trains, railway stations, cafes, restaurants. He worked when he was tired. He worked when he was when he had no sleep. He worked when he was broke. He also worked when he felt utterly defeated. And I have seen people often waiting for the motivation to kick in to start acting on things. But that's not the case. As sometimes actions lead to motivation. And if I could do it, then what's stopping you? Is it because you are tired? Is it because you don't have enough energy? Is it because you don't have enough money? Is it because you don't have enough time? Is that the thing? Or is the thing stopping you? You. Try asking this yourself. Would you fail? Would you try and fail? Or would you fail to try? To those who are just getting into college and to those who are just stepping into the world of investments, this is your time. Go, get out of your bubble, explore, talk to people, do something meaningful. And it is not too late to change your life, and it is not too late to change your life into something meaningful and something that excites you. Just understand something. A diamond is formed under extreme heat, extreme pressure. And what makes a diamond is the cut. And in a similar way, the life would test you, would push you, would polish you. But during those times, you have to stay strong. And when if you're after going through all the pressure you thought you could handle, the life would just turn on the heat. And in that process, you will find your brilliance. In order to shine like a diamond, you have to cut all the rough edges away. You have to be addicted to self-development. You have to read books, you have to work out, you have to create habits, routines. You have to pre-plan your days. You have to set small but achievable goals. And start grinding. Someone once told me that let your ego crush the voices that doubt you. So start believing in yourself and watch your life transform. Who am I to tell you this? This is Manish Kumar, yes, a CSE sophomore from Tiruchirappalli, signing off with a quote. If you don't sacrifice for what you want will become the sacrifice. And I'm not stopping here, by the way. This is just, I have a lot of things to do. I'm still in my second year. So this is nothing but just a humble journey of mine. I hope this motivates you. And thank you for ICT Academy for giving opportunity to all the students from different institutions to express their voice. And I hope my story motivates you in your life. Thank you so much. Now over to the Q&A session.
It's not the person who comes in the first and ends in the last, so they need to be very much courageous. So first of all, very much delighted for your courageousness. And
thank you, sir.
You seem to be very much stressful. Anything?
Sir, the thing is, I used to be stressed.
You started well.
Yeah.
Very good.
I used to be stressed, but now every day I'm being stressed. So it has become a habit of mine. So it's something regular to me. So I worked through those stressful days, and and now it doesn't bother me much.
One question. He disclosed his name. Is that allowed?
That's part of his presentation, maybe.
Yeah. This was not supposed to be disclosed.
Name as well, sir.
Can I tell your name?
Yeah, Manish Kumar, yes. Because the thing is,
Okay.
yeah, as like during pre-finals we were allowed to disclose our names, so not our names of the institutions we belong to.
Okay, so you started well. Can you tell me where did you relate hope there? Because you told the situation was bad, you lost your friend, your girlfriend's father, so all that you were telling. So where did the hope come in? So hope is what you thought you will do something in upcoming couple of years, or is your friend smarter who motivated you? Where was that hope? What hope you had during that situation?
Sir, during those times, I have gone through much, but I was not able to talk much to my parents because they constantly fought. And when I heard one of my friend's mother told me this, like, I think of you as my own son, and I can't bear you watch you like destroying yourself. So that sparked inside me, that created a spark within me, and I thought I should do something to make her proud and even my parents proud. And that is the least amount of respect that I could do to my deceased friend. So that was the initial spark, and I thought I should work hard, and I should get to a place where I would go laugh in those places where I initially cried. So that was the motivation, and that was the hope I had in my life, sir.
Okay. So when we were talking, right, it's not a question, my question is over. So when we were talking, like we could see the rooms, right, and have you seen both movie? So you have not seen. So it's a dialogue. Can somebody instruct me? Can somebody instruct me? So on the other so best wishes and all the best. Your friends will do is that Mandamidam and all the best. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Any more questions? Okay. Thank you, juries.
The second person number is 108914.
It is indeed a pleasant morning. My solemn greetings to honorable jury members present here and all my dear spectators who are witnessing me. I hold account of this ID number 108914, which has brought me to this dais where I am standing in front of you. In today's world, I'd like to say that many of us often tend to forget ourselves in the verge of competence, in the verge of fight. We often want to create a facade about everything happening in our life. So today, I'd like to take an example from the history. We often talk about the father of our nation, Gandhiji. we all very well know that his disciplinary course that he had taken was law. He studied law. But in the course of history till date, do we address him as an advocate, Gandhiji, or do we call him Mahatma Gandhi? That is where he earned the name Mahatma, because he didn't rely on his subjects, he didn't rely on his academic, but he relied on his foundational value. He first studied himself in order to study the society for which he wanted to fight the freedom for. Now I'd like to speak that in the heavy competence of this world, many of the youth today, especially the Gen Alpha, they often live in a delusional life. They often tend to forget ourselves. So the topic that I've chosen today, of which I'm going to speak about, is delving deep into the inner me. So how can one analyze myself? How can I analyze myself as an individual? So there are basically 4 segments that I have deciphered. So first is self-understanding. Second is self-introspection. Third is self-realization, and fourth is self-actualization. So first, without further ado, speaking about self-understanding, how far can we understand about my capacities, my possibilities, my abilities, in which situation I am placed, I can show my dexterity. How can all of us find answers for that? In today's world, I like to club in the employees of today and the Gen Alpha. Many of them try to nullify themselves every day, and they want to compete themselves every day. So that leads to unterminated cravings, and that unterminated cravings prevents what is called contentment. We don't have self-contentment today of the life that we're blessed with. Only if we love today what I am, only when I embrace myself today of what I am, I can welcome the one who I will become in the future. So second, we often contradict ourselves, we nullify ourselves. No, this is not enough, I want more. People today are too ambitious, want too many, too fast. That often leads to failure. Now in such a case, self-compliment is more important than self-contradiction. Now speaking about self-understanding, I'm not going to a contrary part of narcissism, but I'm demarcating of unleashing one's true potential. That matters the most. Now, understanding oneself is not renouncing, but understanding myself is unleashing my own true potential of what aggregate output I can give to this agglomerated life. So now when I've finished understanding about myself, moving on with the second part, self-introspection, I'd like to take about a quote which was given by Kiran Bedi: aim for whatever you want, but do it in the right way. When we ask a question to ourselves today, do I fall in the path of righteousness? Can we give a willing answer for that? So to suffice you with that, I'd like to say tell about 5 most deadly sins which are stated by Mahatma Gandhi. Amongst the 7, first, wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, knowledge without character. Fourth is commerce without morality, and fifth, conscience without humanity. So when I take myself to a place of redemption and I'm able to answer that no, I haven't done any of these sins, and I live my life at that stand of my policies, that shows one's true potential. How far are we ready to analyze? How far are we ready to get the sense of discernment in this life where we want to reach a goal that we wished for? Now, if I have answer for that, then I'm done with my introspection. Third, speaking about self-realization. Now, there's nothing much simpler than answering for the 5 WH questions which arise in realizing oneself. First, what? What am I? What is my purpose in life? What do I see myself in? What can I put myself into? What is me? What am I? That is the question what one must know to create his identity. And this is where one can create his own value system. One can create his own identity, a structured identity. Second is the place in which I want to put stress on why. Because why is the motivational driving force which keeps you going. The bigger the why, the greater the cost of why. That takes me to the third thing, which is easier of how I'm going to get done with it. The greater the why, the greater the motivation, the easier the implementation that you have in your how. Then, fourth, when am I going to start? My father in the audience always says, and always gives me an advice, have an indexed time frame in whatever you do. Have an index time. So have an indexing of when am I going to achieve this? When am I going to start? When am I going to achieve it? Because without time, self-realization is incomplete. If you have answer for that, then the last is where. Where do I see myself now? Where do I see myself now? And where I want to be, that matters the most. Where do you see yourselves? If all these 5 satisfied answers you have for the questions, then at that time you have realized yourself. Now with realization, with the ammunition of my character, of my own character, this is when I actualize. You actualize, you visualize, and you enact. In such a case, speaking about the 4th segment, self-actualization. This is the bridge between where you are now and where you want to be. This gives you a skeletal framework of where you see yourself after a period of time, let's say 10 years in our case. Where do you see yourself? Where I must have a roadmap. Only a goalkeeper, the goalkeeper must see the goalpost in order to score a goal. And as far said by the quote by the Cheshire Cat to Alice in the novel Alice in the Wonderland, if you don't know where you're going, all the roads will take you there. So, but being corporate professionals of today, we must know where is our destination and the road that takes us to the destination. That too matters the most, because we must see the objectives of our lives, and also we have to be ready to tackle the obstacles that come in between. This is the time, this is called productivity. When you actualize yourself, when you bring in self-actualization, that is when you can face anything that comes in life. So now I've spoken about all these 4 segments. Let's speak about statistics. I'd like to take my historical references, which happened 10 years ago in the year 1923. I'm glad that I'm able to decipher this historical event now. 8 topmost businessmen whose combined wealth exceeded even the combined wealth of the US government. 2 of the prominent ones I'd like to mention. The largest steel company's owner, who is Charles Schwab, the company's name is Charles Schwab, lived in a borrowed land in the last 5 years before he died bankrupt. Second, the renowned person entitled as the bear in the stock market, in the Wall Street, he died, he committed suicide, stating, "I am a failure and I'm unworthy of your love." That was in the suicidal note dedicated for his beloved wife, Nina. So we can clearly know that these people knew how to make a living, but they didn't know how to make life. At last, I'd like to implore you all with one excerpt from Mahabharata, which was illustrated by an eminent author, Sudha Narayana Murthy. Why is Lord Krishna always appreciated throughout the entire Mahabharata? Why? Not because he was the husband, he was the spouse of Rukmini, not because he was the son of Devaki and Vasudeva, not because he was raised by Yashoda, not because he fathered Aniruddha, but the line go by Krishna Swayam Krishna. No matter whatever trepidative moment he faced, no matter what he faced, he stood by his value system. And how far have we taken time to create our value system, our identity? Thank you so much for the opportunity given.
You did well. Thank you. So your presentation, everything, it's good. So can you correlate the whys which you mentioned with this? You talk like what makes you come here, why you've been here, and all the whys. So can you just summarize? correlate the situation and put the target, action points, result. That's it.
It all actually started from my mother, because my mother is my source of motivation. My mother is an English teacher. So from childhood, I've always been in the verge of speaking English, in the verge of communicating English. So I took this opportunity, which was granted by my teacher, who said that you can make a significant place in this youth talk. So henceforth, the talent that I imbibed from my mother, I took this dais to exhibit that.
The other WH, where, it's okay. Then why, what? The 5 WH, what makes you here, and what is your roadmap? The same.
Sure. So speaking about what am I am a human being, and I am an aspiring person. So I see myself not only the well-being of me, but the well-being of the society also. So that is me, a person who thinks about the welfare of others. Second, why am I doing this? Just inspire others. I have faced traumatic incidents in my life, not about the loss of anyone, but about how one thrives in living life. So every one of us coming from a tier 3 college, a tier 4 college, irrespective of the tier 4 college, irrespective of the tier, we must make ourselves qualified. And through this guys, I would like to create an awareness about how qualified we are, irrespective of the background we come from. And on top of that, how am I going to do it? Communication has always been my weapon, and I take pride in my language, which is a weapon. And on top of that, when am I going to start? I've already started. I've come to this stage, and it is nothing but a drop in the ocean. So there are many more dices to go. There are many more people. If I could have inspired any one of the audience, then that is the real success that I see in this of this opportunity. And where I see myself today, I see myself here now, presenting, and where I see myself 10 years ahead. My inspiration has been Noam Chomsky, and I want to be a professor emeritus like him in a renowned university like MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Great, way ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Next person.
So very good morning to Anandai gathered here and esteemed juries. So I am the beholder of Youth Talk registration ID 109234. So I've came across many topics, but it's centered on the theme. What is the one thing the world depends on? So first of all, imagine a world where every individual, every society and every nation stands isolated, each driven by their own desire, their own interests, disconnected from the broader picture. Such a world would be fragmented, unable to function as a whole. In fact, this is a world that could not sustain itself. Today, I stand before you to discuss on one simple yet fundamental principle that the world, in its essence, depends on cooperation. Now, when I say cooperation, I don't really refer to polite collaboration or working together for mutual benefit. I'm speaking of a profound, intricate network that cuts to the very fabric of human existence. From the food we eat, to the clothes we wear, to the air we breathe, human life thrives because of cooperation and not in spite of it. Let's start with something as simple as the food on your table. How many people had a hand in bringing that meal to you, from the farmer who grows the crops to the truck driver who transports them to the store employee who stacks the shelves, hundreds of people spread across the nation to make your daily life possible. This intricate chain of interdependence exists across every nation, every economy. One thing becomes clear. one person, one country is impossible. But it's not just economic interdependence, it's also the fundamental principles of human nature. Consider the story of human evolution. Early humans were once driven solely by survival instincts like hunting, gathering, and protecting themselves. But as time passed, they discovered that by working together, they could achieve far more. They founded tribes, then villages, then cities, and then entire civilization. Humanity's success was built on cooperation. From there, cooperation spread beyond mere survival. It allowed for the complex societies where people could specialize in different tasks and learn from one another. It's why we have today doctors, engineers, teachers, artists, scientists, etc., each contributing in their own unique way to the greater good. And this principle is not only visible within the societies but between them as well. Think about the many advancements that were made possible because people from different cultures, different countries, different backgrounds chose to share their knowledge. The space race, for example, saw an incredible outpouring of scientific advancements and competition between the nations. But when the competition shifted towards cooperation, international space stations were built and astronauts from different countries began working side by side. But cooperation doesn't come without challenges. One thing becomes clear: together we can achieve far more than we ever could alone. But cooperation doesn't come without challenges. At times, individual or national interests may seem to clash with the greater need for unity. It's very easy to see example for this in today's world, like political tensions, economic rivalries, and cultural differences create true barrier to true global cooperation. So then the question arises, how do we overcome these challenges? The answer lies in recognizing the common ground we share. At the core of every person, regardless of nationality, ideology, or religion, there are some desires and aspirations. Everyone seeks safety, health, education, and a better future for their children. These desires can and should be the foundation for our cooperative efforts. And to say furthermore, similarly during the COVID-19 pandemic, we witnessed an unpredictable level of global scientific cooperation. The researchers across the globe shared data, and the governments provided vaccines, and everyday citizens banded together to protect their community. The speed of crisis reminded us that our problems are connected, and so our solutions are also connected. If you look around us, the divisions that the cooperation overcoming division are abundant. The Paris Agreement on climate change is one such example. Even the countries have different level of responsibilities and capacities, they came together with a shared opinion that the future of the planet depends on our collective action. This agreement is far from perfect, but it represents the idea that cooperation is not only possible but also essential for our survival. But cooperation is not at the global level. It's also deeply personal. Think about your life for a minute. How many people have helped you to get where you are today? Perhaps it was your parents, teachers, friends, or colleagues. So there are many people that have helped you today, and this represents that they are the collective action of cooperation, kindness, and support. So in this way, the dependence of the world on cooperation is reflected in our daily life. And as we know that as we are moving into a world where borders blur, economies intertwine, and challenges transcend national line, global problems require global solutions, and it can be created only when we are cooperating together. To conclude, the idea that we are all connected, the world depends on cooperation, has shaped our past, defines our present, and will determine our future. I would also like to say that sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. Once the man Henry Ford said, Coming together is a beginning, staying together is a progress, and working together is a success. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciated your talk. Okay, I have a question. People say the world depends on, right? So, what's your opinion and thoughts of it?
So we have many things like hard skills, soft skills over the world, but without cooperation, these are isolated, sir. For example, I can say an historical event, First World War. If the countries cooperated, if the countries put a treaty of cooperation, there would be no further Second World War, and there would be no loss of many lives. There would be no impact on economical and ethical issues. But where the cooperation lacks, the things get isolated.
There's another saying, world depends on how you see it. So when we are coming over the airways, so we see that people are very kind. But those people who are there on the ground, they see that life is very kind.
Yes.
So world depends on how you see it. So any thought process is what you are. That, that is your topic. World depends on how you see it. That is one of the things, right? Your thought process.
Yes, sir. The world as a whole, I can say that there are many things, as I told in the very first of my talk. There are many things like, for example, confidence, effort. Let us take this youth talk as an example. We have the audience, we have the finalists, and we have the juries. And if there is no cooperation, there will be no selection process or any further processes. So cooperation is. Yes.
Check.
Students,
நீங்க இப்ப பிரேக் போய்க்கோங்க, திரும்பி ஷார்ப்பா 11 o'clock. ஓகேங்களா? We will start by 11.
Magic.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back, guys. Next participant, 110754. Let me repeat it, 110754.
Good morning, everybody. Lovely energy from the audience today. Esteemed judges, my fellow participants, and to the audience, everybody, a very, very good morning. So I am here to elucidate on the topic, improvement in the standard of living has degraded the environment. First of all, my dear friends, or shall I call you Nanbas and Nandis, which will be okay. Can I hear some noise? Great. So Nanbas and Nandis, or kutti kada solta. Speaking of elucidation, I'm not a philosopher, but there used to be a Athens philosopher named Socrates. I'm sure most of you are familiar with him, but let me give you a head start. Socrates, he always used to advise his entire life. He used to keep giving advice, keep philosophizing to all his people. One day what happened, the people got fed up, extremely, terribly fed up, and they decided to poison him. Close, finish his thing. So I'm not going to take the risk of giving philosophy to everybody. So let's just jump in and discuss. And I'm Shri Rajesh, and my ID number is 110754. Today, we live in an era where life has become possible and billions of people have been benefited compared to what our ancestors, how the way they led their life. We have our technological advancements, better healthcare, economical growth, and billions of people have been lifted out of poverty. Yes. Now, let us have a look on how life has been improved by the way of our standard of living. First point, our GDP has been tripled by 30% in the last 3 years. Second point, infant mortality rates have been reduced and existence of life has become possible. Other than that, economic growth, better healthcare facilities, and everything, the world we are living in right now. There are two criteria, or there are two constraints where I feel like improvement in the standard of living has contributed to the degradation of the environment. First point, energy consumption. The population is huge. Our country's population, what is the rate of population in China? You all know the statistics. MBA graduates, you know better. So now when the population is increasing, the demand for land, energy resources, they all start increasing simultaneously. Now when there is increase in the population, resources, we need to find fossil fuels and all energy resources for our sustainment. So what I suggest is that fossil fuels are consumed more, and later on business officials, corporates, they have all been realizing that it is important to incorporate some sustainability into our life so that we save a little for our future generation. Solar energy, wind energy, all cleaner alternatives for fossil fuels has come, and all the people have been using it. I would like to give one small example. Next year, we have a concert by the famous Canadian singer Coldplay. In a second they announce his concert, and the tickets you just swipe away. It's hard to find the tickets because he's so popular. I was so curious how his tickets used to, sell so fast, and we're not able to find one. So I just went into his website, did some research, and I found that he's a very sustainable person. He's so calculative about his carbon footprint. Coldplay's team has developed an application, an app for his customers, for his fans. You know what that app does? That if we enter our location, that app gives us the exact carbon footprint required to reach the destination. In fact, it gives us very sustainable means to reach the stadium. And you know, singers like Coldplay, such international singers, it's so nice that other than their music, they inspire us about sustainability and living. That's really great. And I would like to speak about the other topic called consumerism. Speaking of consumerism, we live in a world, you know, as a mark of success, what we think, latest iPhone 16 Pro Max, nice famous Lakme makeup products, Gucci bags, all ambassadors, Priyanka Chopra, Alia, but everybody promoting this brand, that brand. And you know, in Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna used to say, this is all moha and maya, fetching you nothing. And you know what? All these brands and so much money you're spending on is bringing a huge cost to your environment, to your earth. And I would like to talk about hospitals and healthcare. You know, comparing to what our ancestors, you know, they used to live, the way they led their lives, medical care and health care was supposed to be a huge deal. They had to transport in order to, you know, avail the hospital facilities. Now we have GH, private hospitals, healthcare is huge and immense. Now, technological wise, our healthcare have tremendously improved. Now, let's just delve deep that the used syringes, contaminated mask, are they being disposed properly? Nandas and Nandis, my dear friends, are they being disposed properly? No, right? They have a process of disposal where they have to be incinerated in a separate landfill, and I don't think most of those medical equipments are being disposed properly. And you know what happened, you know what are the consequences. They degrade the environment, you know, pollute our environment, create possible health issues and so much. Now, how technology impacts our environment, how technology impacts the way we live. Let's take an example in agriculture, you know, modified hybrid crops. I hope you have heard of that. Hybrid crops, genetically modified crops. There is a rice called golden rice. You know, in certain areas, especially in South India, we all depend on rice. 3 meals a day chapati is supposed to be a very hard thing. Night chapati is okay. 3 times a day rice, and they have bought something called golden rice. In regions where rice is the staple food, this golden rice is enriched with vitamin A. So the malnutrition children, when they take in that rice, you know, we don't find lot of malnutrition. In the cases of malnutrition has been reduced. So technology, when used in the right way, can yield us our benefits. Okay. And speaking of Wayanad, I'm sure all of you must have heard about the Wayanad landslides. Kerala, God's own country, very beautiful place. It was very disappointing to see landslides in Kerala. Actually, we were supposed to go on an industrial visit to Kerala, and it was very heartbreaking that we were not allowed to go there. The thing is, in Kerala, for the purpose of man's selfishness and for the purpose of lands, you know, increased population, demand for lands, forests have been cleared, continuous deforestation, and ecosystems have been destroyed for the purpose of urban sprawl. And you know, so what happened is that since forests have been cut down, the soil had lost its fertility. It was unable to store the rainwater. You know, the Kerala's weather was awesome, keeps raining, keeps drizzling every single time. And it was unable to store down water in the underground, and hence landslides. Improper construction planning, deforestation, you know. Now, I would like to conclude saying that technology has its benefits, it has its pros and its cons. My father used to say, I was watching it live, whenever I take my gadget, I used to say, use the gadget, don't misuse the gadget. My dear Nanbas and Nanbis, that's what I'm trying to say. Let's use the gadget, let's not misuse the gadget. In a poem by Robert Frost, The Road Not Taken, he used to say, he is in a yellow wood and two roads diverge. One road is less worn, the other road is frequently used by the people. He chose to take the road that is less worn. And once he reaches the end state of the road, he doesn't regret. My dear friends, we are the future. It is our responsibility and duty that sustainability should be practiced. Pujya Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda used to say in one of his books, India is my sacred land. This is a clarion call to action, to get in and to fight for our country. My dear Nanbas and Nandis, let's save Mother Earth for our future generation. Thank you for the opportunity and ICT Academy. Have a very good day.
Hey, good speech. So, from my side, I want to check it out with you. Like, what if, since you said the sustainability, if sustainability meet uncertainty, how it will be? How they will interact?
Sir, uncertainty in the sense, can you please elaborate a little?
Uncertainty is like நிலையான ஒரு வாழ்க்கைங்கிறது நம்ம பேசுனதுமா அடுத்த நிமிஷம் கேள்விக்குறின்றது ஒரு விஷயம் இருக்கு. So if both the things meet together, so how you will view it?
Certainly, sir. Sir, we will take an example for e-vehicles. For example, e-vehicles, most of us, we know that it promotes sustainability. Most of the people, they are asking us to switch to e-vehicles and everything. Sir, e-vehicles seem to be sustainable, but there is a question for uncertainty in such ideas, sir, proposed by the government. E-vehicles, of course, government is also encouraging to go for e-vehicles. Now, 17% of the materials, that is lithium-ion used for e-vehicles, it is not present in India. Mostly, we have to depend on places like Latin America. Now, for example, we go for sustainability. We promote everybody to go for use e-vehicles and everything. One day, what happens when this lithium ion gets depleted? What happens when there is no lithium ion means even for e-vehicles, we need electricity to recharge, no sir. So we have to find an alternate. So what I am proposing is that, sir, for every solution you propose for a problem, there might be pros and cons, sir. But as an engineer, as addressing the MBA graduates and corporates, talking in front of them, using our study and using our domain of knowledge, we have to find some way or the other to mix up the alternatives and walk in, sir. I feel like that is the thing, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So can you tell me the topic once again? I know the topic, but wanted to.
Sir, my topic is about improvement in the standard of living has degraded the environment.
Okay. So you touched upon many things. Okay, right from the population, the hygiene, from the energy resources.
Yes.
So you touched upon so many topics.
Yes, sir.
So what are the top three that you wanted to give it back to the younger generation? So these are the things that you could follow, you could help nature, make the environment and the standard of living better.
Please give me a minute's time, sir.
Please.
Sir, with all due respect, your question is that I have touched in many topics and you want me to choose the top 3 topics that I would like to...
Yes, you said right, it's time for action. You said in this speech, time for action to the youngsters. So what the top 3 that you could tell, this is the time that we need to think upon, we need to start doing this.
Top 3 areas.
Yes.
Okay, sir. I will talk from the professional angle as corporate angle, sir. I feel like engineers, students, graduates, they can delve deeper into sustainable practices. They can participate in hackathons that promote sustainability, sir, so that we can use our knowledge, whatever we are studying, that domain, into practical knowledge, so that we can find some or the other software or hardware equipments that can push us into sustainability. I feel like that one should be encouraged, sir. The other one is that genetically modified plants. I was talking about golden rice. So we have to find means where genetically modified plants can not only satisfy food scarcity and meet up to the needs of nutrition, but other than that, it has to prevent us from ailments and everything, sir. That area has to be concentrated, sir. And the other thing is that rainwater harvesting, sir. Let's take the example of Bangalore. Actually, recently they had water scarcity. Although we know we get Amma Kaveri from Bangalore only, I mean from Karnataka. So I feel like they have not properly, deployed the rainwater harvesting system there, sir. So actually, just by washing your cars in the outside, they were fined for 2,000 rupees and all. I think water management is very important, sir. There is nothing called water scarcity. You just have to manage your water in the right way, sir. I think these are the top 3 things that the future generation should concentrate upon.
Sounds good. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, the next contestant, YP 112874.
So good morning to everyone, to our respected jury members, my compassionate co-contestants, and audience present here. Today, I want to explore on the profound wisdom encapsulated in the praise to earn is human, to forgive is divine, attributed by Alexander Pope in one of his poems. So today, we all are in many ways, right? We do make mistakes, like we miscommunicate with each other, or have poor judgments on other people's, or just being overwhelmed on yourself. Every misstep in our life leads to a deeper understanding and having to learn more in your life. Mistakes have a big impact, right? But it also has significant consequences. Like, it's affecting not only individual, but also a group of peoples, your families, community, or even our nation. Yet, how we respond to this mistake is crucial. When you hold on to anger, you let that mistake to linger into dark clouds, obscuring all possibilities to move forward. For example, imagine it's a close friend who has let you down. If you choose to dwell on the hurt, the relationship will be irreparable. But to embrace forgiveness, you create a space for healing. Forgiving others is not excusing wrongdoings, rather freeing yourself from the burden of negativity. Forgiveness, I'm not saying that you can forget all the hurtful actions that have over you, but it would release the hold that actions over you, because when you get into some mistake or you don't forgive people, your page will be empty. You can't even move forward. You'll be depressed, stressed. You don't know why. But when you forgive, you will find the true happiness. I will have a story on this. Once There are two friends when they're traveling on a desert. They were close friends. So suddenly, they get into heated arguments. One friend slapped the other one, and the friend who got slapped was so hurt. So he got to write in the sand, "Today my best friend has slapped me." We walk around until we reach the oasis. When we find the oasis, they thought they would take a bath over there, and the friend who got slapped, he got in the oasis first, and he started drowning. He got him stuck in the sand. He was drowning and he was asking for help. And the friend who slapped him, he took his hand and saved his whole life there. So the friend who got slapped, he wrote and wrote in the story, "Today my best friend has saved my life." The friend who slapped him and almost saved his life, he was really confused. What is writing in that sand and stone? What's the purpose of it? The best friend explained, "My dear friend, when something hurts you, you should write in sand so the wind of forgiveness will erase the hurt. When someone helps you or did good things to you, it should be engraved in the stone so that it's irreparable. You don't ever get erased over that. You don't even forget. When you forget someone, don't remember that. When you help someone, you not urging for another help from that same person." This is a second story I would say. An old wise man living in a village, it solved all the problems coming over his way. So suddenly a depressed person, he came along the path and asked the old wise man, "I'm wronged by some person. I really want to seek revenge on him. What should I do for it?" That old wise man said, "Is it really necessary to seek revenge?" The parent thought, "Yeah, it's really necessary because people will think that I'm so weak if I don't revenge on him, right? So I should really take revenge on him." The old wise man said, "My friend, it takes more courage to forgive a person than it does to seek revenge. True strength comes within yourself, and that is where your forgiveness acts. The one who first apologizes is the bravest one. The one who first forgives others is the strongest, and the one who forgets is the happiest one in the world. The true happiness comes when you forgive other persons in your life." Gaudi Buddha also told the quote that, "Forgive others not because they deserve forgiveness, because you deserve peace." Forgiveness is not about letting people go, but where you feel free from yourself. Forgiveness is for you, not for others. I would end like, forgiveness is a choice. It leads to love and connection. Let's embody to strive this divine quality so that our errors can change into good ones and deeper understandings of our life. Psychological studies also tell that when a person who forgets other one, he has improved mental and physical health. It also creates peace and well-being. And that's where I think forgiveness has played a big impact in your life, and it makes a divine thing holy, because forgiveness is all about compassion. It needs three qualities. One is strength, second one is empathy, and the third one is most important, willingness to let go. Thank you. Any questions?
So it was a nice talk. First of all, congratulations to that. So I think you have mentioned most of the stories which are very relatable to all of us. As kids, it's very easy to forget because their only goal is to have happiness with them. At least with the kids, they are along. But as we grow as teens or the elders, the main forgiveness gets stopped because they feel their self-respect is more important to forget instead of to forgive, right? So I think how do you actually relate that both, or if you want to give a solution to that, how do you bring it out? Actually, easy to say, freeze the mind. Buddha has said everything is right, but to practice that. But as we grow elders, I think we connect self-respect to the forgiveness psychologically. I don't know how, but if you have a thought, you can share. Actually, I don't know how self-respect or this forgiveness connects, but thing is that I think in my personal experience, when someone wrongs me, hurts me, or someone hurts me, I also feel depressed about it. Why should I talk to the person? I do have self-respect, right? Why should I talk to him? But that gave me some sort of guiltiness within myself. I was so depressed. I don't know why you do that. But when I forgive, it's all I can move on in my life. The page will be not incomplete, but I can complete the page with forgiving someone in my life. So that leads to it. And even Gautam Buddha has also told that it doesn't mean forgiving others, it's like we have to. It doesn't mean the right person when you're forgiving others. They'll be wrong. But you have to know yourself in your life. You have to forgive someone in your life. So, thank you. Any other questions?
My question is a little bit different. May I know what made you to take this topic?
This topic has made, it has my life presence, life situation was to this topic. I just came across it. This had sparked my mind because there is some incidents in my life that happened with. So I thought this would be perfect because this generation should know forgiveness. They are not forgiving. We should forget the word sorry. They don't usually say sorry to anyone. So I think this will be an opportunity to say that when you say sorry, you will be the bravest person. So if you get the point, so I will be happy with that.
Thank you. The next person, 114-999.
A very pleasant morning to all my jury members, my dear co-contestant and my dear audience. I'm going to indulge on the topic, public space. Is it a safe haven or a threat to the women? What public space actually is? It is a place which is owned by the society or the country, which is meant to all the citizens of its own country, without no regards of caste, community, religion, and so on. Does it really seem to be safe, or we are in a threatened situation? I will say from my side that the women in our country are in an extreme threat situation. Let us see what are all the major threats faced by our women in our country. I just categorize into two various parts. The first one is going to be the rural. The major threats faced by the women in rural region is the male dominance. I'm really sad to say that the women in the rural region are really, slave in their own households. There are around 70 to 80% of the women in this situation. What about urban region? In urban region, the major threat that is faced is verbal and physical abuses. Who are all responsible for all these things? Does all men take responsibility, or the society should take responsibility? I full-heartedly say that the society is fully responsible in handling its own society people. What are all the major punishment that is existing in our India? See, until now there are three separate sections. IPC 376, 354 and 509. Nothing more than a minimum imprisonment of 1.5 years to lifetime imprisonment. Nothing more than that. How does the society react, or how do people react after a hypothetical case in our country? They used to create a helpline or application and just insist the people and insist the women to just call or use this application when you are in a threat. It seems to be funny. What exactly we need in our society right now? How can it be changed permanently? I'll suggest two key solutions from my side. The first key solution is going to be amendmenting strong punishment in our country. Until unless we don't take that step in our country, we won't find a permanent solution in our country. See, amendmenting strong punishment in our country creates a threat to all the men who really have similar thought of committing a mistake in our country. Okay. The second thing is going to be the futuristic goal, and it is nothing but implementation of sex education in our country. I'm really sad to say that many people in our country, especially the southern part of Indians, are really unaware what sex education is. What is the basic phenomena behind sex education? See, when you try to hide a thing from a person, it creates an external trigger where he tries to explore in some or the other way. Whereas when you try to expose it to him, he becomes in a usual state and he continues to be normal. That is the basic phenomenon behind sex education. So that is very much important in our country in which we are lagging. And the third solution is going to be the very most easiest solution that we can start from here itself. And my dear parent, it is just for you. It is nothing but the speaking, the relationship, the communication between you and your child. You are entirely lagging to teach what exactly it is to your children, and due to which it creates a bigger impact where your child explores something more than the knowledge in the web browser and he is just searching this downgrowth. So please do be precautious. I end by saying the famous two words by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam: dream big. I have a dream today. I have a dream that I'll let my daughter go even in midnight while without catching my hands. I have a dream today. I have a dream that the victim of Kolkata issue will be punished severely one day. I have a dream that the women will be worshipped by all men, including me. Thank you.
Hello. It was a nice speech. Thank you, Amit. Can you just let me know, you had 3 solutions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What made you to order as first, second and third? The punishment to be the first, sex education to be the second and parenting to be the third.
Yeah, ma'am. Like basically, you can just categorize the men's category into 2. That is, the men above 18 is said to be the adults, and the below is said to be the younger generation boys. So the threats that is happening nowadays is basically because of the men, not because of the young generation. So we need to bring a change immediately. So that will be making strong punishment to all the men for right now. And the futuristic goal is going to be implementing sex education. This is going to be ultimately for the ones who are below 18 and where they won't be even committing a mistake in the future. So that made me to order first and second, and the third one we can start it from now, and we don't need any order of.
Thank you.
Yeah. You said the South is not focused for women.
Yes.
What research you've done, and we could see the last year reports. 5 out of 10 cities which is in South are safest for women, and we have 2 in Tamil Nadu.
Okay, sir.
Is there any other research that you do? Calling it as yes, is not safest.
Sir, I didn't do like any research. I'm not telling that I did research and I got a result stating southern part is entirely unsafe. I'm just speaking about the entire country is unsafe, and where southern part is unaware about sex education. I'm not meaning that the southern part is, not safe in our country.
Just because we are aware of sex education and no education being taught here in the South is right, we were not able to do America. So that's the primary reason. The education here is right. So that now people, there are less cases reported in South than the North. So that's what my primary question was. The education is right here, but not the awareness might not be the way that you are thinking about, but it is a way better than not is what I'm coming to talk. Is there something you researched on that?
Yes, sir, I researched. The only thing I could say is, sir, let us take some 10 to 20 years back, we reported a low number of cases as compared right now. And there is no assurity that people or young generation from southern part of India will not commit a mistake in future. So implementing it towards the entire country, especially in southern part of India. Why I am speaking in southern part of India? Because many of the people are really not aware what sex education is. Secondly, comes, okay, they should learn whether the purpose is important over here. What sex education is, many people are unaware about it. So I'm telling that it should be taught over the entire country, but we can't give any assurity like people over southern part of India will not commit a mistake in future. To stop all those things, it will be a futuristic goal implementing in southern part of India as well as the entire India.
Okay, maybe let us take it as the whole rather than differently, I think this out and map.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. So round of applause.
Thank you.
See, before going to the next contestant, I request all the audience, please give respect. Don't speak in between. If you are having a talk in between, please go out of this conference room and then talk and then come. This is the least respect which we are giving to the person who is talking. So I request each and everyone to concentrate, because whatever the topics, it is very needed for this time. So at least be silent. That's all. Thank you. The next contestant is 96191. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? A very great morning to the respected Judies, to the amazing audience out there. Before getting into my talk, I'd like to ask 3 important questions. Number 1, how many of you have goals in life? Please raise your hands. How many of you have goals in life? So many hands, thank you. Number 2, how many of you have given up on your goals because you're facing constant failure? Nobody. Then I guess it's just me. Number 3, how many of you have felt that people around you are making progress in life, are witnessing growth in life, but in your story, there is no progress, there is no growth? How many of you have felt that? Well, if that's the case, my dear friends, this talk is for you. My topic for today is rising above, transforming your pain to power. We all face challenges in life, right? Every single day, we face challenges in life like academic pressure, financial pressure, insecurity, jealousy, feeling of being unheard, feeling of feeling invisible, not being able to live up to other people's expectations, not being able to live up to our own expectations. We face challenges in every step of our life, indeed. Sometimes these challenges restrains us, it pulls us behind from embracing new opportunities out there. It puts us in a bubble called fear. Fear of unknown, fear of known, fear of facing tough situations. If that's the case, when I was going through the same phase, I came across a beautiful quote. Let me quote it for you. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. When life throws challenges at your face, it is your inner strength and resilience that will pull you forward. I believe in one thing very firmly, that there is no better teacher than life itself. So I'd be very happy to share you a very important life lesson from a very sad incident that happened in my life. I was in the 7th grade, and there is a thing called assembly. Every Monday, every class has to come up the stage. They have to present a presentation in front of thousands of people. So generally, these seats were reserved for the above average. See, average student like me stays somewhere in the crowd, earning for that stage, earning for that spotlight, earning for that night to be mine. But when it was my class's chance to come up on stage, I did not have a second thought, because I believed that there is no excuse for not trying. I went for my chance. After 1 week of absolute struggle, I did get an opportunity to speak on stage. The moment I was about to make that spotlight mine,
The stage in charge came out of nowhere. She pulled the mic from me. She gently pushed me to the other side of the room where people already speaking were standing. And she gave that mic to the comparing person, asking the comparing person to end the assembly because we were running short of time. And the entire scenario went very awkward. The crowd started laughing at me. And they even labeled me, the girl who got humiliated on stage. I was living with that label for 2 entire years. But one same Monday assembly when I was in my 9th standard, I was called on spot on stage to give an extempore. And guess what? I was trembling, I was scared. I don't know what to do, but I know I gave it my best shot, and I was rewarded as the star of the day. That star of the day did not matter. It did not matter. What mattered was I was 10 times stronger than before. The first life lesson that I've learned: resilience is built at your very lowest. Second, confidence is not about not having fear. Confidence is all about making that action despite having that fear. Number 2, don't let humiliation dent your inner confidence. Rather than complaining about the dark room, be the one who ignites a small lamp. It will erase all the darkness in you. And that small light, ladies and gentlemen, it is your resilience and the inner strength in you. Number 3, as I said, life depends on the way you see it, the power of perception. So I'd like to take a story of a very global inspiration, Muniba Mazari. I don't know everybody knows her, undoubtedly. So she was traumatized, she was paralyzed, and she had an accident. All that is fine, but today she is Iron Lady of Pakistan. In a very important talk, she claims, they call me disabled, I call myself differently abled. They call it adversity, I call it opportunity. They see my disability, I see my ability. Look at the way of addressing life. That's the thing we know. And number 4, don't allow failures to dictate your life. Rather, embrace it with a smiling face. My father said, our human brain has an ability to expand n number of times, and it also has a course to contract n number of times. So when you witness a problem, your brain has to expand n number of times. When I say your brain, you need one that's not your brain, it's your thoughts. Where you can find n number of ways to deal with that exact issue. Then, if your brain contracts n number of times, then a littlest issue will look like mountains to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus on expanding our thoughts. Last but not the least, attitude. When I speak about attitude, I remember the best things comes when it is very unexpected. So I was walking down the corridor, what I have another story to tell. I was walking down the corridor and I saw a teacher of mine. I wished her good morning, and she was like, Divya, how is your academic school? So I asked, and even a group of failures, look at them, they are succeeding. I was not focused on the failure, I was like, they are succeeding. Look at them, they don't even make an effort, they are succeeding. Why am I not? Don't ask, man, life is full of unfair. It was so unfair. I was ranting to her, which is pointless. And she in turn asked me, why do you love eagles? And I said, I'm having a life problem. Why are you asking what eagles do? It makes no sense. And I was like, yes, ma'am, I do love eagles. And she said, why do you love eagles? Hey, you don't love eagles. It's a kind of birds. But she in turn replied me with the word, when it rains, all birds fly for shelter. But only eagle does avoid the rain by flying above the clouds. The problem is one. What makes the difference is the attitude. So ladies and gentlemen, let's choose to be the eagle. And let's practice on facing the problem with a broad mindset. And let's embrace each and every challenges with a smiling mind. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the stage. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day ahead.
It's a great topic here.
Thank you.
So there is a saying, fear is more or less same as an atom for human beings.
Yes, sir.
Because we know how to multiply the atom, how to squeeze the atom, how to compress it, and how to utilize it for the other purposes, everything. But we don't know what is atom and why we need to take up the atom. Likewise, what is fear? Why we fear? So the same way I said, as how we utilizing the atom, we compress the atom, we double the atom, we multiply it, we divide it, we do everything. But we don't know what is atom and why we use it. The same way, fear is also the same. What is fear? Why do we fear?
Thank you for your wonderful question, sir. According to my definition, fear is about other people's perception when you don't really have one of your own. You are so scared that what would they think about me and what would they perceive of me despite my actions. Whether my actions are good, it is remarkable, no. Am I able to satisfy their definition of perfection? That is fear.
This is English. What is fear?
So fear is something that a hesitation before going, yes, and that hesitation is caused by the fear of being judged. Fear of, will I ever be able to fit into their definition of perfection? That is fear.
Why do we fear?
Why do we fear? Because we lack self-confidence, self-esteem. That's the reason we fear. When we are very sure about ourselves, the world listens to us. I truly go by that narrative. And when we truly know ourselves and know our strength, weakness, opportunities and threats, we are very much sure that this is where I stand and this is what I do. And there is no question of fear there. When everything is a question mark inside of you, I will good, I will nice, and you don't really look at yourself in a lens that it is all about yourself, that's where the fear is arising. And that's the narrative I go by.
Great. Fear is good sometimes, right? That will make you alert.
So fear is also, it does make you alert at moments.
All times.
Yeah. But I would say fear is a reason many youngsters today are not contributing their best. And today we are witnessing people, and we spoke about how to improve the world and how to go by the route of success. But what comes when life doesn't go to the level of perfection?
Great.
That is when we need to look at why.
God gives us two precious things. One is memory. Second thing is calculated decisions, analytical reasoning, like that, which you can say. So if you utilize those two purposes for the right thing, we don't fear. So we use memory for what are the things? All the databases, everything we pour it for utilizing it for only negative purposes, and the attitude or the analytical reasoning, anything which we do, we think only on the negative side what it would have been happen. So that is why we fear. Great. Yeah.
I will keep that definition on mind, sir. Thank you for your words.
Great.
Nice start, Vivian. See, I have a question for you. See, you rightly said we are living in a society for working for other expectations, okay, others' expectations. So there is a two type of people. One is fear of failure, other person fear of rejection. Okay, what's your suggestion for them?
So I know only one solution, one word, and it goes by the word called resilience. The power of bouncing back, failures, rejection. When you have that power of bouncing back, I believe that success is not a one-night story. Anybody succeeding is succeeding through more. He has made the efforts and he has got the reward. One word for rejection, failure, resilience, only resilience. When you have the power to bounce back, that's the success. You don't need a label called success. When you can bounce back of situation, success is yours. The world is yours. That's where I stand. Thank you.
Adding one more thing, if you have got courage and conviction, then all this fear will not come to you. So that is the main thing. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for Okay, inviting the next participant, 96204.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to speak here today about a topic that touches every one of us deeply. To err is human, to forgive is divine. These few words spoken by Alexander Pope carry a weight of wisdom and compassion that has endured for centuries. Today, I invite you all to take a closer look on two things. What it really means to err, and more importantly, what it means to forgive. So let me start with a simple story. In a small town, there lived a master builder named Samuel, who was well known for his craftsmanship. One day, he took on a project to build a beautiful stone wall for the town square. The construction had started and everything was going perfectly. But as Samuel was about to place the final stone, he accidentally cracked one near the foundation. Being embarrassed by his mistake, Samuel expected the town leaders to be upset as everyone admired his work and trusted him. However, instead of anger or disappointment, the mayor smiled and said, "Samuel, we all make mistakes. The wall is strong and beautiful despite the crack. What matters is your effort and dedication." The crack remained as a reminder, and over time, people began to pointing it out. Not as a flaw, but as a symbol. It represented that no one can be perfect and making mistakes are a natural part of life. We make mistakes not because we intend to, but because we are constantly learning, experimenting, and experiencing new things. Errors are often an inevitable part of growth, and they remind us of our limits and vulnerabilities, and they also provide you an opportunity for improvement and growth. Think back at your own life. How many of your errors were intentional? Well, most of the time, our mistakes are the result of misunderstanding, lack of communication, or simply caught up in emotion. Whether it's saying something hurtful in a moment of anger or disappointing someone you truly care about. All these are parcel and part of the human experience. We all err, and in those moments, we deeply hope for understanding from those around us. I wanted to share an inspiring story of Malala Yousafzai. And I think most of you might know her. She is a brave girl from Pakistan who fought for girls' education. On surviving a Taliban assassination attempt, Malala felt fear and anger during her recovery. In her worst phase of life, Malala's father's words echoed, "To forgive is to be free." She realized that forgiveness wasn't just accepting wrongdoings, but liberating herself from the bitterness. At gatherings, Malala shared her story, encouraging everyone to rise above hatred. Forgiveness is a gift for ourselves, she added. One day, a former Taliban fighter who was involved with the attack wrote to Malala seeking forgiveness. She felt anger, sorrow, and compassion. On recognizing that they shared a circle of violence, Malala chose to forgive. "I forgive you," she wrote. "Let's teach our children love and peace," she added. Malala's forgiveness transformed the man's life and touched others. What she believed was true strength lies in compassion, not revenge. Through advocacy and kindness, Malala carried the lantern of forgiveness illuminating hearts and guiding others towards healing. Forgiveness is divine. Forgiveness is divine because it is an act of grace that not only heals relationships but also brings a sense of peace for the one who forgives. Mahatma Gandhi once said, "The weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong." And it's true. Forgiveness demands strength. Why? Because it's easier to hold on to resentments, to distance ourselves from the person who has wronged us, to build walls rather than bridges. But forgiveness asks us to choose understanding over judgment and love over anger. Now, a question may rise in all your heads. Is forgiving others is only considered as divine? As Oprah Winfrey said, you can't forgive others if you don't forgive yourself. Forgiving ourselves is as divine as forgiving others. As individuals, we tend to be our own harshest critics, right? When we realize that we have made a mistake, a burden of guilt in our heart forms feels heavy, right? Acknowledging our mistakes, learning from them, and being gentle with ourselves by forgiving is crucial for growth. We can't move forward until we let go of our past missteps. There was a time when my friend and I had a misunderstanding over something I said, which unintentionally hurt her. Initially, I wasn't aware of that impact. And when I realized there was a mistake, there was a distance grew between us, I knew I had to make things up. I reached out, apologized sincerely, and took responsibility for my actions. To my relief, my friend forgave me. And in that moment, I felt a deep sense of thankfulness. Not for the forgiveness, but for her willingness to value our friendship over the hurt. That act of forgiveness caused a closeness between ourselves, and it strengthens our bond, and that's what we both are very close to each other till now. Forgiveness is a concept which is very beautiful, right? But how do we practice it in our daily lives? One practical step is empathy. Empathy allows you to see things from others' perspective and understand why they might have acted in such a way. Another step is to communicate. Expressing how you feel and listening to the other person can lead to clarity and healing. In conclusion, mistakes are indeed inevitable, but forgiveness is a choice. An extraordinary, beautiful, liberating choice. I'll leave you all with this thought. If we could all extend a little more grace to each other, if we could remember that we all are fallible but capable of mistakes and forgiveness, how much lighter would the world feel, right? So let's try to embrace our imperfections and strive to practice forgiveness both for ourselves and for others. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Is all sin forgivable? Because there was a previous topic which is entirely on the public safetiness. So, if you have a debate, it's a huge topic. And also in my home, in my wardrobe, there is a thing called "Why fear when I am here?" It's what I read, the person who reads. A person who, a Birapulling guy who came and he reads the same, what he will think? Why fear when I am here? So that guy came to loot my home. So he also sees it, I also sees it.
a person who sees that's a difference. The same way, forgiveness can be done, but is there any metric or anything like which you see? Because the entire thing is contradicting when you have another topic at the same place. That is what I'm saying.
Sir, actually, what I feel is there is a slight difference between mistake and crime. Mistake is what you do unintentionally, and crime is what you do intentionally to hurt a particular person or to give an effect for that person. So I think doing crimes, when people do crime, I think they deserve a punishment. Karma is real, so they will deserve a punishment. But mistakes, when we do a mistake, while we are learning new things, so I don't think doing mistakes, we should receive punishment for mistakes.
Very good. You are talking about empathy. See, most of the cases, almost 80 to 90% of the people will see only sympathy. How you make them to understand the empathy point of view?
So shall I share my true incident?
Sure. Okay.
Once, while I was doing primary education, I was assigned to do a particular work to get a pen or something from the teacher's table. And when I was about to take the pen, I accidentally pushed the water bottle, which was kept half open. I wasn't aware of that, and I accidentally pushed it. And in that table, there was a paper and a note. I don't think the note is very important, but what I thought was the paper was very important, and I thought that man would definitely spend hours making it. So the paper was completely drenched, and I started to well tears up, and I ran to my teacher. And while I was running, I craved that man would understand my situation, that I didn't do it intentionally. And when I went there and I cried to ma'am, I said, I'm really sorry, I did it by mistake. What she said was, it's okay, child, it's okay, mistakes happen. And I think, and that same incident happened to me. A girl who pushed water bottle in the bench, and it accidentally water fell on my bag and it got completely drenched. In that moment, what I felt was, seeing her face, she craved for forgiveness, and that's when I realized that making mistakes like this are very, making mistakes, we can connect to it. Even if you make different mistakes, you can understand their situation, right? So that's what I can say. Thank you, sir.
So next is 97538. Let me repeat it. It is 97538. Yep.
Okay. Esteemed judges, prize-worthy participants, and my enrolling students, glad to meet you all. I am here to talk about an inspirational topic, which is overcoming adversity. Life can throw some serious curveballs at us. First, we are caught in a storm, repeatedly battered by setbacks, failures, and disappointments. Let me say you something. You have a power within you to rise above any challenges comes in your way. I believe this speech will ignite your inner fire and tap into the reservoir of strength and determinations which resides within. We face adversity at some point in our life. It's all how we respond to it what really defines us. Life obstacles are not roadblocks. They are the stepping stone for your success. Yes, they are the stepping stone in your path for your success. Each setback you encounter is an opportunity that you will know your growth and the true potentials. In face of adversity, attitude is everything. It's not about what happens to you. It's all about how you react to it. To overcome these adversities, let me say the 4 topics which you need you to overcome. Motivations, and especially a self-motivation. Self-confidence, setting up of goals, and therefore kindness in talents. Motivation is not a fleeting feeling. It's a mindset, a way of life. It's all about finding the strength and keep moving on when the odds are stacked against you. So I urge you to dig deep within and tap into the wellspring of motivations that lies dormant within. Let's fuel your actions, guide your decisions, and stay focused on your goals. As a beginner, let me take me as an example of overcome these adversities in my life. The adversity in my life has begun with the loss of things which plays a significant role. When at the time of unrealized of my talent, I lost my self-confidence. I didn't know what to do in my life. Then, at a situation where I know this is my talent, I pushed out myself. I confident over me. Now, I crossed 57 stages for speech from both English as well as a Tamil. And act as a college poet writer for being 2 years. If I'm not resolved in that situations, I can stand here to expose my talent with holding of this mic. Lot of struggles I met while preparing, delivery, and the complementations. So being overcome is so important in your life. In face of adversity, it is crucial to maintain a positive outlook. Build up yourself and your abilities. And surround yourself with the supportive individuals who inspires and uplift you. You are capable of achieving the greatness. No one will forward you up. You are capable. One of the most key to overcome this adversity is to embrace the failures as a stepping stone for your success. Embrace your failures as a stepping stone for your success. It's the truly needs. Let's towards your goals. Learn from your mistakes, adapt your strategies, and keep moving going on. Success will not come up overnight. Please keep in your mind, success will not come up overnight. It needs a constant effort and a hard work. Develop a vision, what you want to achieve, and set the achievable goals. Break down into the manageable steps and celebrate each milestone along with your way. Okay? Celebrate each and every small success that comes in your way that will uplift you. To move on next, self-confidence. confidence. Self-confidence is the best outlook for everyone. So I'm sure when people believe themselves, one doesn't try to convince others. So self-doubt will not be arisen in that place. Psychologically, when people believe theirs will not be troubled by others, they will stay calm and they know what to do in their life and they have the ability to grow themselves. Yes, then the most important thing and the theme of our life is setting up of goals. Goals is not a destination. It's a journey of learning, growth, and perseverance. I insist all to keep a goal in a two ways, short term and a long term. Keeping your academics and accountable goals are in short term, and your personal and dreamable goals are at long term. What have I been kept? Because you can achieve the academic goals at a crucial time. So keep in a short term. Let me share a story about the setting up of goals. It's a real thing what I have read. In a village, a person named Amir, okay? He's working in a restaurant as a vegetable cutter, but his dreams to be a chef and want he to own his own restaurant. So always he used to dream about it. On the fine day, he met a man who is a wealth. On these casual talks between them, Amir has shared about his goals. Then the man insisted him to take a practical course on culinary arts. At the same day, Amir started to do that. After a span of 2 years, Amir had completed his culinary arts and started to work as a corporate chef. It's initially as Santasa and next to the corporate chef. After a hard work of 30 years, he set up his own restaurant and fulfilled his goals. So, here, it's time to get short term and a long term, where he completed his studies as a captain in the short term, and where he achieved to be a proprietor of the restaurant as in the long term. So, setting up of the goals is so important in your life. Then, you need talent. I must be talk about this. If you have a talent within you, then you always forward to the success. You don't need a talent when you participate in every event without the hesitations and fears within you. Let me say how I been stand as a poet. On a fine day, a man called just write about a tree. Just I need urgently. I don't know how to write, but I think of and when the catch the pick for an half an hour, then I started to write on about the tree. Now, if I catches for anything in the 50 seconds, I have an ability to talk about this. So, developing of the talent will improve to the success and doesn't let us to be go backward. With the conclusions, life is a journey, right? Life is a journey. Have highs and lows, truth and challenges, and profit and the losses. So, let's draw our inspiration and stay focused. Don't follow any other paths because God gave us a unique faces to identify us. So, be unique. That's what I wanted. Thank you.
And personally, advance wishes for your 100th presentation. I guess all of their wishes also will be there along with you. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, certain small things is which I want to say. So, just increase your breath control and just keep your mic somewhat away. So, some certain adjective words and pronunciation words will get impacted when your voice is too much echoing.
Okay, sir. I will catch
so
it.
certain things.
Okay, sir.
You said you have overcome certain situations.
Yes.
In that, what is your primary thing? How you have overcome all these things?
It because of my mindset, sir. Because I will fear for each and everything. When I see a cat, I feel so scared. But when I realized my family situation, I thought I won't be the fearful person in my life. And while thinking about others, about the teasing of others, I'm so correctly, while teasing of others, I said, I should be proud out of everyone, and I should not be stand backward, even with any out of disabilities. I think about it, being as a shark will not be the matter, but being at the pick of the height, it should be the matter that I realized. So I thought about this, sir. Any more questions? It's my pleasure to answer to all your questions, sir. Yes, thank you.
Okay, inviting the next participant, 98516.
I extend my warm greetings to respected members of the jury, members of ICT Academy, event organizers, students, parents, and all the contestants present here. William James said, and I quote, "The biggest discovery of a human generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind." It was famously quoted from Nelson Mandela, "The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time after we fall." As individuals, we may have faced the most challenging ordeals, and at that point of time, we would have thought we could never recover and that our lives would be stained forever. But fortunately, years down the lane, we see ourselves managing to thrive or at least survive. How do you think we would have managed these challenges? Resilience, the answer is, resilience is the ability to cope with and recover from setbacks. Fall 7 times, but stand up the 8th time. Resilience is like a small flower pushing through concrete. Hard and difficult, yet still possible and beautiful. Instead of falling into despair or hiding from issues, resilient individuals face life's challenges head on. They believe in something greater than themselves. Because I am a tiny human being. I have my own limitations. I am incapable of many things, and I completely acknowledge that. But my Lord, who has created me and sustained me till death, I know He will take care of my affairs. Because remember, my friend, when God ordains, He definitely sustains. Resilient individuals have a survival mentality. They know that even when life knocks them down, they have the courage in themselves to get back up. They view themselves as fighters and not victims of their circumstances. Resilient individuals are self-compassionate. They treat themselves with kindness and love, especially when things get hard. After all, you and I, we are not responsible for the challenges that life throws at us, right? Resilient individuals lead a purposeful life. They know that we have not come into this world in vain and that they have a purpose to serve. Now that we know what resilience is it possible for us to build this quality in ourselves? Fortunately, resilience is something that you and I can build in ourselves. The biggest problem we face during an adversity is that we view everything from a negative perspective and miss out on the possibilities overcoming the situation. So first and foremost, reframe your negative thoughts. Focusing on the positive things you can do is a great way to get out of a negative mindset. Focusing on the positive things is very, very, very important. Moving on to the next aspect. Seek support when needed and do not shy away. Asking for help is not a sign of weakness. Rather, only the strong know when they need help and when to ask for it. I know talking about life's difficulties does not make them disappear, but sharing it with a friend or a loved one can make us feel less alone. And sometimes we might not know how to tackle a situation, but the person we share it with could offer valuable insights we would have never thought of.
Lastly, focus on the aspects of the issue which is under your control. What has happened has already happened. You cannot go back in time and change it. But what's going to happen and how you choose to respond is something under your control. So work on that aspect. Resilience does not eliminate stress. It does not erase life's difficulties. And the people who possess this quality do not view life through rose-colored lenses. They understand that setbacks happen and sometimes life is hard and painful. They do feel the negative emotions. I repeat, they do feel the negative emotions. They do feel hopeless. They do feel helpless. But then, their mental outlook allows them to work through these feelings and recover. Imagine a young individual full of life and potential getting trapped in the vicious cycle of addiction. Their once bright future is now dark and gloomy. They are haunted by the fear of failure, the emptiness of loneliness, and the crushing weight of expectations. And drugs offer a temporary escape, a false sense of relief, but they come at a devastating cost. Physical health worsens, mental health worsens, relationships crumble, and dreams fade away. Sadly, today many young individuals rely on drugs, alcohol, gambling, and overeating as their coping mechanisms. But these do not promote resilience. Instead, the tools common to resilient individuals are optimism, having a moral compass, knowing what is right and what is wrong, social connectedness, cognitive and emotional flexibility, and spiritual beliefs. Resilience is when a job layoff allows a young man to pursue something more meaningful, something which he might not have attempted otherwise. Thriving is when a person not only makes sense of his adversity, but enhances his skill and confidence, often benefiting himself and others. Moving on to the next aspect of my talk today, acceptance, which has become a key to surviving today's world. Many of us, we fall into the trap of not accepting who we are and try to be like someone else. I just have one question, my friend. If I try to be like someone else, then who is going to be like me? I cannot be you, and you cannot be me. Self-acceptance means that I am willing to change. I am willing to learn from my mistakes. I am willing to evolve. But at this present moment, I am patient with my growth and am kind towards myself. Self-acceptance is when you treat yourself with the same compassion and love you would offer a friend. Self-acceptance is not a destination, it is a journey. It is about learning to love yourself and embracing the unique differences which makes you who you are. Each and every single individual present here, we differ from one another. We differ in our thought processes, our upbringing, our physical characteristics, our mental characteristics, and whatnot. If we expect others to fit into our perception of how we want them to be, it will just not work. Be it in family relationships, social, professional, or other matters, mutual acceptance is very crucial for the long-term success of the association. As Mother Teresa once said, if you judge people, you have no time to love them. In addition to accepting ourselves and others, we also need to accept the inevitable ups and downs of life. That person, that moment, that opportunity, they never come your way. Accept it. But a different person, a different opportunity, a different moment may knock your door. So keep your arms wide open to embrace what comes your way. When you face a difficult situation, you got 4 choices with you. You can either run away from it, change it, accept it, or stay miserable. Sometimes we are not in a position to change our situation or walk away. So acceptance becomes our only viable choice if we want to live our life with some degree of contentment. Situations in our lives keep on changing constantly and quite unexpectedly too. What may seem to be a gentle breeze can turn into a storm, and we should be able to accept it boldly. Today may not be like yesterday, and tomorrow may not be like. I know it is hard to practice acceptance when we deeply wish things are different, but the truth is that, my friend, sometimes we cannot change the reality, no matter how hard we try. As harsh as it may sound, as true it is. Failing to accept reality creates pain when it is already suffering. It creates confusion where there can be clarity. It creates anguish where there can be peace. The key to surviving some days is not positivity always. Sometimes it is mere acceptance. Accepting that not all days are good, not all days are successful. You will have bad days, you will fall, you will fail. Not everything is meant to fall in place. And that, my friend, is completely okay. So instead of focusing on the closed door in front of us or getting tired when we try to break it down, let us turn around and see how many other windows we have opened for us. Before we part, I would like to share 3 valuable principles that have shaped my own journey. Firstly, give to others what you would like to take for yourself. Secondly, when celebrating the ups of life, do not forget to embrace its lows. Because if not you, then who is going to be there for you? Lastly, be the flower that gives its fragrance even to the hands that crushes it. When the world shouts celebrate your success, I say embrace your setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech. So as it went through, I lost the topic.
Yeah.
So
It's all about embracing life.
okay. So you wanted to embrace your life with resilience, acceptance.
Yeah.
That could be your key points to manage any threat.
Yeah.
So embrace setback.
Yeah.
Right? So resilience and acceptance will give you the energy to embrace setback. That's what I want to say. Okay. So how do you have the motivation to accept or to be more resilient?
The thing is that even if I'm going to disagree with whatever is happening in my life, my disagreement is not going to change anything, but my acceptance can change a lot of things. That is what hit me very hard.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, students. Now you can have your lunch break. And second level students, come back at 1:30. First year students can leave to your classrooms after lunch. Thank you. Participants are also requested to assemble at 1:30 here. Thank you.
Sir.
Good afternoon to all. On behalf of PMIST, I am privileged to welcome everyone for this wonderful event, ICT Academy Youth Talks 2K24, organized by Faculty of Management Studies. First and foremost, I would like to invite Dr. P. Guru, Director, ICCII, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good evening, one and all gathered here. First, I would like to thank the ICT Academy for this wonderful opportunity to witness 6 different company leaders on a single stage. It's a very pleasure to us. It's very honor for us. I personally and on behalf of Prayer Money Institute of Science and Technology, I thank the ICT Academy team for this wonderful opportunity. On behalf of Prayer Money Institute of Science and Technology, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this remarkable event. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Armugam Thiruvambalan, Head of HR, Kone Elevators, Mr. Arun Prasad, Senior Associate Lead, BPHR at Infosys, Mr. Krishnavani, Senior Manager at Renault Nissan Technology and Business Center, India. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Karthik, Forecast Fulfillment Leader at Tech Mahindra. Welcome, sir. Mr. Vishwanath Ishwaran, General Manager, Talent Function at Suntech Business Solution. Welcome, sir. Mr. Xavier Baston, Assistant Manager, HRBP at TAG IT. Welcome, sir. Next, I welcome the incredible team behind this great event. Mr. Saravanan sir, Head of Academic Cooperation, ICT Academy. Mr. Purna Prakash sir, DGM, ICT Academy. Mr. Kaliraj, Senior Relationship Manager, ICT Academy. Mr. Venkatesh, Relationship Manager, ICT Academy. I also extend a heartfelt welcome to our dynamic Honorable Vice Chancellor, who will be joining us shortly, and to our respected Registrar now, who will also be joining us now. It's my pleasure to welcome our Dean FED and Director of Admission, Dr. Shabna Behu, ICT Academy Institute Coordinator, Dr. Ramya, who are the backbone of this event. And last but not least, I welcome the energetic participants from various colleges and our institute students, heads, deans, directors to this wonderful event. I welcome you all once again. Thank you. This session is going to be a very interesting event to very particular to the students. Why? Because here we are having very eminent persons from various companies, very prominent companies, I can say. What we are going to do is we are going to share their expectation, what they are expecting from the students, and this is a kind of channel which we can bridge the gap between the academia and the institution. This is the thing ICT Academy is doing. For that only, here the experts are here. The students can very well use it. You can make it as an interactive session with the prominent leaders here. Please make use of this. With this note, I invite Mr. Karthik, Forecast to Fulfillment Leader at Tech Mahindra, to start the session. Question from parents.
Most welcome.
So, my humble question to the respected jury. So, when you just to go for some campus interview or something, what is that you exactly expect from the students or from the candidates actually? Can you give the preferences that you will be looking at?
Sir, எங்களை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நாங்க ரொம்ப எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்றது வந்து be original, sir. Be original, be what you are. And curriculum பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நாங்க ரொம்ப மேஜரா வந்து எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ண மாட்டோம். Curriculum ஏன்னா they know what is entirely required about. அவங்க வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு அகாடமியேஷன், ஒரு சிலபஸ் வச்சு எல்லாமே செய்யறாங்க. We want to know அவங்க வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா என்ன தெரியும்ன்றத கிளியரா அவங்க சொன்னாங்கன்னா போதும். We majorly look into the project, sir. அந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட்ல அவங்க என்ன வேலை பண்ணிருந்தாலும் they can be a bold in a very big mission. அது ப்ராப்ளமே கிடையாது. ஆனா ஆமா சார், இந்த போல்ட் ஒர்க் தான் நான் பார்த்தேன், அதுல அவங்க ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருந்தாங்க எங்களுக்கு போதும் சார். ஒன்லி திங் இஸ் ரொம்ப ஒரிஜினலா பி ஓபன், பி ஒரிஜினல் அண்ட் பி வாட் யூ ஆர். ஸோ அதே சமயம் ரொம்ப இப்போ லாங்குவேஜஸ்ல வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய இங்கிலீஷ், ஹிந்தி, மராத்தி எல்லாத்தையும் நம்ம என்ன தெரியும், இங்கிலீஷ், ஹிந்தி ஆர் தமிழ் என்ன லாங்குவேஜ் இருக்கோ somebody says that எனக்கு இன்னொரு ஹிந்தி போட்டு வேலை கிடைக்கும் அந்த எல்லாம் எனக்கு ரெஸ்யூமேல வந்தது, but that guy didn't even know about something in Hindi. So அதனால வந்து ஒரிஜினலா இருந்தா don't copy resumes. Resume is the face value of the respective candidate. So உங்க குழந்தைங்கிட்டே சொல்லுங்க, because the changes வந்து even if we insist ன்னா கூட அவங்க சொல்ல மாட்டாங்க, but parents if they insist, நீங்க வந்து அந்த ரெஸ்யூமை ரிவ்யூ பண்ணும்போது முதல்ல உங்க பையனோட என்டையர் ரெஸ்யூமே தானா அதுங்கிறது நீங்க கன்வின்ஸ் ஆகணும். So parents also has a responsibility. So அதே சமயம் அந்த ரெண்டு குவாலிட்டி வந்து be original, be what you are, and அகாடமியேஷன்ல கொஞ்சம் ஃபோக்கஸ் இருந்தா போதும், பிகாஸ் யூ ஆல்ரெடி நோ ஒரு கேட் பாஸ் வச்சு தான் நீங்க உள்ள வரீங்க. ஸோ கரிக்குலம்ல நீங்க ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருக்கிறதுனால தான் அந்த எலிஜிபிலிட்டி கிரைடீரியாவே நீங்க மீட் பண்றீங்க. ஸோ குழந்தைங்க கிட்ட நாங்க அதை எதிர்பார்க்கல. வாட் இஸ் த ஸ்ட்ரென்த், அதுக்கப்புறம் வாட் தே டூ இன் த ப்ராஜெக்ட், அண்ட் அகாடமியேஷன்ல என்ன லாங்குவேஜ் அவங்களுக்கு தெரியுது. இப்போ MBA அப்படின்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, if they are very much strong in finance, if they are very much strong in resourcing, இல்ல if they are very much strong in learning and development, இல்ல they are strong in data and analytics. So அந்த மாதிரி எந்த ஃபீல்ட்ல அவங்க வந்து ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருக்காங்கிறது அவங்களுக்கு முதல்ல கன்வின்ஸ் ஆகணும். ஏன்னா if we probe questions-ங்கிறப்போ they will definitely get caught. So இப்போ நல்ல கேண்டிடேட் கூட அவங்க வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா ரெஸ்யூம்லயோ இல்ல அவங்க வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரிஜினலா இல்லாததுனால they may lose. அப்படிதான் வந்து 70 to 80% ரெஸ்யூம் ஃபேக் ஆகுறது. கேண்டிடேட்ஸ் may be very good, ஆனா அவங்க அந்த ஒரிஜினலா இல்லாமனாலும் they are not what they are அப்படிங்கறத ப்ரொஜெக்ட் பண்ணாதனால ஃபெயில் ஆகுறாங்க. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Very good evening to one and all present here. We are so happy that we have come to the end of the event. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. V. Ramachandran sir, to deliver felicitation address.
Good afternoon to all of you. Yes. Respected dignitaries, esteemed jury members, our faculty, and my dear students, and most importantly, the talented participants of Youth Talk 2024. It is truly a privilege to stand before you today as we celebrate these remarkable talents, determination, and passion displayed by each one of you in the state level speech competition, Youth Talk 2024. At Periyar Maniamma Institute of Science and Technology, we are honored to serve as regional partner for the 9th season of this inspiring events in collaboration with ICT Academy. This event is not just a competition. It is a platform that has allowed the students to grow, to step out of their comfort zones, and to develop their communication skills as well as leadership skills. More importantly, it has empowered you to be a voice that can inspire and influence your peers. Your participation today is a testament to your courage and commitments to self-improvement, and that is why truly commendable. After intense preliminary rounds, I came to understand, which was held previously by using the YouTube channels, 100 talented students were shortlisted for pre-finals. Really, it was not an easy task to reach this stage, and each one of you has shown great potential. Under the insightful evaluation by 12 jury members, including 4 from our institution, you showcased your ideas, your conviction, and your ability to communicate them effectively. Out of these 100 participants, 20 were selected from the pre-finals in the forenoon session of 7th October 2024, where they once again demonstrated their expertise, presenting before all 12 jury members. From these 10 outstanding speakers have emerged as the finalists, who will compete in the regional finale on this today's date in the forenoon. Congratulations to this top 10. Your hard work and dedication have earned you this recognition, and we are excited to see how you continue to shine in the upcoming finale. To the participants who are not moving forward to the final round, I want you to remember that today's stage is not the end of your journey, but rather a significant milestone. Your willingness to participate, the efforts you put into your speeches, and the courage to express your thoughts make you all winners in your own rights. You have learned, grown, and inspired those around you, and that is true essence of these events. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the ICT Academy for providing this incredible platform, and to our respected jury members for their time, expertise and dedication in guiding and evaluating the participants. A special thanks to the organizing team and the staff members of Periyar Maniammai Institute of Science and Technology for their tireless efforts in ensuring the smooth conduct of this competition across different venues. To the finalists, I wish you all the best for the upcoming final. May you continue to inspire with your words and leave a lasting impression on the audience and jury. Remember, every word you speak has the power to make a difference. Just so I came to understand, the grand final, the final grand finale is to be held on 23rd October 2024 at Coimbatore. And from the 10 participants, or the 10 winners, I think we are going to announce, they are going to shortlist, right? We are going to say shortlist, right? From that, the top person, the top candidate, he is going to present, or he is going to participate in the final round, right? Final finale, in the finale, which is to be held in Coimbatore on 23rd October. In conclusion, I congratulate all the participants, the winners, and everyone who made this event a grand success. May you all continue to excel, not just as speakers, but as leaders and change makers for tomorrow. Thank you, and best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now it's time to felicitate our wonderful juries of the day. I request our respected Registrar Madam and Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to felicitate the HRs who has come as the juries. First and foremost, I welcome Mr. Armugam Thirumambalam, Head HR from Cone Elevators Private Limited, to accept a small token of gift. I request Mr. Poorna Prakash sir also to join with them. Mr. Arun Prasad, Senior Associate Lead, DPHR from Infosys. Krishnaveni Madam, Senior Manager, Renault Nissan Technology and Business Center, India. Mr. K.M. Karthik, Forecaster Fulfillment Leader, Tech Mahindra. Mr. Vishwanathan Ishwaran, General Manager, Talent Function, Suntech Business Solutions. Mr. Xavier Bastel, Assistant Manager, HRBP, Tag IT. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. I officially hand over the stage to Mr. G. Saravanan, Head Academic Operations, ICT Academy. Now we request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and Registrar Madam to Honorable Saravanan Sir and Purna Prakash Sir. Mr. Saravanan Sir is the Head Academic Operations of ICT Academy, Chennai. Thank you for always choosing Periyar Manimai as one of your associate in conducting all such programs. And we also thank Mr. Purna Prakash Sir, State Head of ICT Academy, for always supporting us continuously in all the seasons. This is the season 9. We'd also like to felicitate the 2 relationship managers, Mr. Kaliraj and Mr. Venkatesh from ICT Academy. Thank you for your continuous support and motivation, sir.
Thank you to all the dignitaries. Thank you to the leaders from corporate. So once again, big round of applause to all the 10 contestants who have been participating. And at this juncture, on behalf of ICT Academy, let me also thank the registrar, Dr. Shri Vidya Madam, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramachandran Sir, the Associate Professor and Director Admission, Dr. Sharmila Begum Madam, and Dr. J. Satyapriya Madam, the Associate Professor and Director, and the Placement Director, Dr. Guru Sir, for supporting us in conducting this 9th edition of Youth Talk 2024 at your STM campus. We are privileged and honored to host this Youth Talk 2024 for Tiruchi region at your STM campus. Thank you very much on behalf of ICT Academy and entire leadership of ICT Academy. So before we announce the top 3 winners, your heartbeat is high. I don't want to keep it high, and I also don't know. They have not given the result. They said it will take half an hour. So before that, they want to evaluate one more round, it seems. So before that, it's our duty to recognize and honor all the 10 participants who have come up. I request all to be retained silent. So I will call all the 10 people. I request you to come, and I request the Vice Chancellor Sir and the Registrar Madam to give the certificate of participation to all the 10 participants. So first I would like to call Shri Rajesh to come up to the dais.
Next, I call upon Terry Sampson from Saranathan College of Engineering. L. Akshaya.
D. Darshini. Yes, Manish Kumar. D. Dhyanesh. A. Sumaya Amirun. T. S. Pavadarani. S. Divya. K. Kokilavini.
Thank you. Congratulations to all the top 10 winners. And now we will formally announce the top 3, and we will have the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Registrar along with the dignitaries on the dais to hand over the certificate and trophy. So we will go by the order 1, 2, 3 or 2, 3, 1? 3, 2, 1? Okay. Who do you think you are 3? All want to be first, it cannot be possible. No. Everybody cannot be first. No one want to be third. But I have to read out the name who's third. It is Sumaya Amirun from Sumaya Amirun, who is the third place winner. Congratulations, Sumaya. I request all the juries also to join. Now the competition is between 9, correct? And the second place goes to Teddy Sampson. Teddy Sampson. So you are all going to state. Rest it. So on the countdown, we'll have a countdown.
From 100 or from how many? 8? 10? Okay. Countdown starts. 9. Boys are not counting, no? Only girls are counted. Again we'll have 1 to 10. Okay. Again it is girl power. Divya, yes. A big round of applause to Divya, yes. Your parents are here? Please call them. I think Divya's parents can come. Divya's parents, please come. Please come, sir. Please come. Thank you very much, sir. பார்த்தீங்களா கேள்வி கேட்டவர் தான் கடைசியில் ஜெயிச்சாரு. நீங்க யாருமே கேள்வி கேட்கல, அவர் எந்திரிச்சு கேள்வி கேட்டாருங்க. பசங்க யாருமே கேட்கல சார், அப்பா தான் கேட்டாரு. Thank you very much, and this is a proud moment for Divya and the parents. Thank you parents. இவ்வளவு நேரம் இருந்து உங்க பொண்ணை இந்த ஸ்டேஜ் கொண்டு வந்ததுக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. So congratulations. What you want to say something?
Thank you for this platform. Thank you. It truly means a lot. This platform, the insights, which is not just what I prepared, but the insights of 10 participants have, on a whole, I've learned so much. And in this 10 days, listening to multiple amount of people's insights has brought a clearer vision about what life really is. And thank you for your words. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everybody. Thank you.
Make sure our decision holds the same in Coimbatore.
Yeah, that we have to see. Anything anyone wants, we will take parents to Singapore.
Yeah.
I'm extremely grateful to this organization and for this event. The event was conducted in a very fantastic way, encouraging all the students, irrespective whether winning or it's not a question of winning. It is rather gaining experience. Life is a gaining experience from the start, from the career to the end. So we keep on learning everything. I wish all the MBA students all the very best in their ensuing future. Thank you very much.
நீங்க கேள்வி கேட்கும்போது நீங்க கை நடுங்கல, ஆனா இப்ப கை நடுங்கல. அதெல்லாம் நீங்க எவ்வளவு யோசிக்கிறீங்க. மிக்க நன்றி சார், நன்றி. So thank you very much and congratulations to Divya. You will be the 4th girl who is coming to Coimbatore. 4th girl. Sir, actually 4 regions, sir. Actually 4 regions we completed, in which all are girls, sir. There's also 4. I don't know what about the 5th, 6th and 7th. And as I rightly said, women power wins, sir. Women empowerment, that's all. So I request the top 3 winners to come. We will have one group photo. Sir, I request you to sit down. We'll take one photos. Thank you parents. Thank you, sir. நீங்க அப்படியே பின்னாடி வந்துருங்க. நீங்க அப்படியே பின்னாடி வந்துருங்க. Sir, you can sit, sir, please. Thank you very much once again to all the juries and to all the participants and also to the host college, Periyar Manima Institute of Science and Technology, and all the parents and the students who have been waiting for morning to listen to us. Thank you very much, and I will hand it over to the madam.
I request Ms. Varsha to come on the stage for national anthem.
Okay, we'll start.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तब शुभ आशीष माहे गाये तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे